Alright, here we go again. This is my, I want to say, third time trying to film my life, video by video, day by day. Did not do that ever at all. I have like hours of footage on my phone that I just never used. But today I'm going to try it, upload, and see what happens. But yeah, today's April 14th, 2023. Maybe every day for the next year I'll be uploading my life, and a year from that I'll keep going. But I recently just came back from a talk I believe his name was Stephen Lass, something like that. He's the co-founder of Notion, and he gave a talk at the startup shell space at UMD, where I'm currently a student at, and it inspired me, dude. I really hope to create a startup like him. I think I do have an idea, but I don't know if I'm motivated, because I keep saying that, and it just never happens. I got a double chin too. Shit, bro. Alright, I'm gonna do some homework in the meantime. Submit my project. Let's do it. Put my phone here for now. Oh, shit. Okay, sick. Oh, and my computer's about to die. Oops. What do I want to do? Visual Studio Code. Given and determine how many structurally unique binary search. So if n is equal to 1 or n is equal to 2. So Given and determine how many structurally unique binary search trees exist, sort of their values 1 to n. So if we go right, if we go on one node, traverse left, traverse right. Okay, if we have 3 nodes, we could go left, 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 right, left, right, the node, right, left, and then right, so this is 1, 2, 3. We could, okay, so we need to go through all the trees and nodes of the tree. If we go left, and then left again, and then left. How can we previous solution to help? For this, I may need some help. We have Ivan is on. Question is hard as fuck. The logic goes something like this. For any node slash number between 1 and n, the left subtree will have I minus 1 numbers, the right subtree will have n minus I numbers. This means that the left subtree has n trees. Trees n minus 1 subtrees. Unique subtrees. Dynamic programming approach can help us live by some previous. In this case, I can use it. So for num in range n. Right through the go. I finished one of my assignments. I'm so happy. All right. I also entered this sock pitch competition at our school. I don't think I got anything from that, so I never got an email about it. I just presented today. And I'm assuming that I didn't win. Damn, dude, double chin is crazy. But yeah, I'm kind of sad about that. Two. Okay, I am going to go turn off this recording to go donate for Mr. Wiffle Ball. Let's go, Betty. Let's go. Make us proud. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I paid $10 to Benny's fund. I hope he wins Mr. Wiffle Ball. It's this male beauty pageant with a bunch of Asian people in it. And we're trying to buy him. It's in the sense that he's being auctioned off right now. And yeah. I want to watch some YouTube videos because I finished all my homework. And let's see.
one of the best savings rates in America. Opening a Capital One 360 Performance Savings.
Today, I'm going to put this weird thing on my head and communicate with GPT-4 using nothing but my thoughts. Growing up, my dad would always tell me, "Damn it, son, you need to use your brain more," but I never fully understood what he meant until now. The human brain is the most complex machine in nature, and how it really works is still a mystery. What we do know is that it's always emitting measurable electrical impulses called brain waves. Scientists have been measuring these waves for decades using electroencephalograms, or EEGs, that connect tons of electrodes to your dome. You've likely seen them in movies like Clockwork Orange, but I was able to get my hands on this futuristic device called the Crown, a compact and stylish electroencephalogram that you can totally wear on a Tinder date without looking weird. It's the same basic idea as Elon's Neuralink, except you won't need to drill a hole into your skull. And best of all, it's got a JavaScript SDK that we can use to hack into our own brainwaves. Naturally, my first thought was to connect my brain to GPT-4 to give myself superhuman intelligence, and that's what I did, which makes me the smartest man in the world. You're about to get a glimpse into the future, a transhuman cyborg future where every human, well, every rich human anyway, will have all the knowledge in the world not just at their fingertips, but at their brain tips. The poors will have these as well, but they'll be used by the CIA to make you dumber. Like the moment you get thirsty, you'll be served an advertisement for overpriced sugar water that will slowly kill you. The Crown device has a price tag of about $1,000. It sits on the back of your head and has a bunch of tiny electrodes that measure your brainwaves. It hooks up to a mobile app via Bluetooth or Wi-Fi, then streams your brain's data into the ether. The app also provides helpful utilities like how to improve focus, but I don't care about that. I want access to the raw data, which we can easily get in JSON format via its JavaScript SDK. But first, you need to know a little bit more about brainwaves. When you're asleep, your brain emits low-frequency delta waves around 2 Hz. These waves increase their frequency when you're awake and relaxed as they become alpha waves around 10 Hz. And then finally, when you become highly focused, like when solving a coding problem or playing chess, they increase to 35 Hz. And these are gamma waves, and that's what we care most about measuring because they're useful for actually controlling things. Brainwave patterns are highly dynamic and can rapidly change depending on a person's cognitive state, mental processes, and external stimuli. However, Neurosity, the company that makes the Crown, provides a dashboard where you can train algorithms to recognize your own custom thought patterns. Like currently, I'm training it to understand when I'm thinking about biting into a lemon. I just imagine biting into a sour-ass lemon and then relax when it tells me to. After doing this about 30 times, it will learn how to recognize that thought pattern. So currently, I am not thinking about biting into a lemon, and the chart's not moving. But now, as I start thinking about biting into a lemon, the chart goes wild. That's pretty crazy, and it's accurate to the point of being somewhat frightening. It is somewhat time-consuming, but you can train all kinds of different patterns. Like I also did right-hand pinch and tongue, based on my wife's recommendations. Now that it knows how to understand my brainwaves, let's write some code that can do something useful, like communicate with GPT-4. Here I have a basic Node.js project created with npm init. From there, I can install the Neurosity SDK. Then in the code, I'll go ahead and import it, and the first step is to initialize it with your device ID. The device ID can be found in the mobile app. Next, we log in with our email and password because a Crown can have multiple users. And now I can start reading my brain with JavaScript by simply calling Neurosity brainwaves raw, then subscribe to a stream of that data. Well, technically it's an observable because it uses RxJS under the hood. If we console log it, it spits out an overwhelming feed of data. It has a sampling rate of 256 Hz, which means we'll get 256 samples per second. They're batched into 16 samples that emit approximately every 62.5 milliseconds. In addition, the brainwaves are broken down into 8 different channels, so you get these huge objects with tons of numbers that look like this. If you went to Brain College, you might be able to take this data and analyze it yourself, but luckily, Neurosity provides a better way. It provides observables for specific states like calm and focus. That means we can subscribe to those mental states and then run code as a side effect. But the coolest thing is that we can also recognize those thought patterns that we trained earlier. Like if we want to listen to left-hand pinch, we can call Neurosity Kinesis followed by the name of the event. And it's this feature that allows me to turn myself into a cyborg. What I'm able to do now is install the OpenAI SDK where I can authenticate and access GPT-4. The API is dead simple to use. All we need to do is call create chat completion, specify the model as GPT-4, and then send it an array of messages. The result is no different than what you would get from ChatGPT in the browser. Once I have that message, I can do whatever I want with it. Like what I can do next is use a text-to-voice model to convert the text into voice as an audio file,
This is your president speaking. Subscribe to Fireship on YouTube before I drone strike your ass.
and then transmit it directly to a Bluetooth earpiece. The implications of this are huge, because now when I show up late to my daily stand-up meeting, all I have to do is think about right-hand pinch to ask ChatGPT to come up with an excuse for why I was late for work. Or if I'm taking a test, like the bar exam, and there's a question I don't know the answer to, all I have to do is think about biting a lemon, which will transmit a signal to my camera-enabled glasses, which will then upload that image to GPT-4 and provide an answer that's guaranteed to get me in the top 80%. Or maybe I could become a super soldier, then stick out my tongue to blow up a village of innocent civilians. The possibilities are endless when you start thinking like a JavaScript program cyborg. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one.
That's so crazy.
Vsauce, head into the control room of the USS.
The definition of artificial general intelligence is an autonomous system that surpasses human capabilities. Well, the videotape I'm about to play for you today, titled Rust in 100 Seconds, was generated entirely by AI by combining tools like GPT-4, Puppeteer, voice cloning, and FFmpeg. But first, over the last week or so, people have been freaking out over these new self-prompting tools with long-term memory, like AutoGPT and Baby AGI. They work by taking a single objective from a human as a starting point, like build me $1 million business. From there, it will build a task list and try to figure out how to achieve that objective, and it continues to prompt itself over and over again like a recursive function until the actual objective is met. Under the hood, they're using OpenAI's GPT models and also a vector database like PineConeDB to provide it with long-term memory so it can keep track of what it's been doing. And naturally, the first thing people do with tools like this is modify them to build things like Chaos GPT to establish global dominance, cause chaos and destruction, control humanity, and attain immortality. Sounds pretty crazy, so I tried these tools out for myself, and what I found they're most useful for is making my OpenAI API calls go burr. These projects are pretty fun, but nowhere near being true AGI. However, there are other efforts underway, like Hugging GPT from Microsoft or Jarvis, which uses an LLM as a controller to interact with other AI models on Hugging Face to create a more general purpose AI tool. Then you have this new paper from Stanford and Google Research that just dropped, where they took 25 AI agents and put them in a simulated world, and they actually produced believable human behavior. In other words, they built The Sims. But all this got me thinking, if anyone's going to make me obsolete, it's going to be me. me. So I built my own AutoGPT from scratch with an S-tier programming language called JavaScript. It works by taking a video idea as an input, then uses GPT-4 to write a video script. That's no big deal, but here's where things get weird. It does a secondary prompt to figure out how to turn that script into an actual video. But to make a video, we need assets like images and code snippets, we need a voice to narrate it, and we need some kind of program to render an actual video. The first thing I did was give GPT-4 access to Puppeteer, a headless browser that's often used for web scraping. The video script contains a bunch of code snippets, and for each one of them I used Puppeteer to go to a site called ray.so to generate a PNG for the code. But a video with only code would be kind of boring, so I also used a secondary prompt with GPT-4 to identify any people or logos in the script and then return a link to an image on the internet for that graphic, which could then be downloaded and written to the file system. In addition, to create a Fireship video, you're also going to need some animated GIFs, but for that I was able to use the Giphy API directly by having GPT figure out what to search for with my API key. I performed this part in a bunch of small steps, allowing each part of the script to correspond to a visual asset. That's pretty cool, but we still don't have anyone to narrate the video. Well, last weekend on Twitter, this guy created a program where you can link a YouTube video and it will instantly clone that YouTuber's voice.
So I'll go ahead and give a demo by grabbing the Neurosity Fireship video and then just putting it into this site.
Hi, my name is Aleem and I like pancakes.
That's wild. That's exactly like it. Okay.
Pretty crazy that's even possible, and it might be illegal, but the magic is made possible by an API called 11 Labs. I went ahead and signed up and cloned my voice using about 2.5 hours of recordings. Look at me. I am the captain of the Fireship now. The quality is decent, but it could still be a lot better. Now we can loop over every script file and make an API call to 11 Labs to generate the voice and then save it as a WAV file. And at this point, we have all the assets necessary to edit a banger video. Now, initially I attempted to have GPT-4 write its own FFmpeg script to edit the video all by itself every time. It did actually work sometimes, but for the most part wasn't very reliable. We don't really need GPT for this part anyway, so I wrote some of my own code with Fluent FFmpeg to loop over the assets and combine them all together into a single video. And without further ado, here's the final result for your viewing pleasure. Rust explained in 100 seconds. Rust is a programming language that was created by Graydon Hoare, who started working on it in 2006. Rust was designed to be a safe, concurrent, and fast language. 1. Ownership and borrowing. Rust introduces a unique ownership system to manage memory without garbage collection. Each value in Rust has a single owner, and once the owner goes out of scope, the value is automatically deallocated. 2. Functions and pattern matching. Functions are declared with the fn keyword, and Rust supports pattern matching with the match keyword. That video only took AI about 30 seconds to create, and had I not put made by AI in the corner, you guys would have never known the difference. At this point, I haven't released the code publicly due to fears about the impact this would have on humanity. But the good news is that now that I've been flawlessly cloned by AI, I can finally stop making AI videos and focus entirely on new Angular content. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one.
Switch and choose the phone you want.
Most people think being an investment banker is like this, but what's it actually like to work in investment banking at Goldman Sachs? Hi, I'm Peter, and many moons ago, I was an investment banking summer analyst at Goldman. And building off of the videos where I walk through the resume and cover letter I used to get into Goldman, today I'm going to share with you what an investment bank does, how deal teams work, and a typical day as an investment banking intern at Goldman. An investment bank basically advises and helps companies execute big, hairy financial transactions. There are a lot of parts to an investment bank. There's the research arm, the sales and trading. Today, we're going to talk about the corporate finance advisory piece that helps with financings and M&A. Investment bankers advise on a variety of deals. The two main types are financings, which break into equity financings like an IPO, or debt financings. The second type of deal is M&A, mergers and acquisitions. So advising a client on acquiring a company or selling their company or merging with another company. These transactions for a company, sometimes they're the most important parts of a company's history.
guys, and welcome to Rare Liquid Careers. Today I'm going to talk about my experience when I was an investment banking analyst at JP Morgan and when I was working on a deal. I won't mention which one, but it was over $1 billion and it was a live M&A deal. I'm going to be dividing, as long as you don't mind working hard, it's not really that bad to be working so many hours. Alright, now that you think I'm probably crazy, let's move on to the video. Alright, so I'm actually going to start this week on a Wednesday because that's when I was first alerted about the deal. And what happened was until about 6 p.m. I was just chilling, browsing the internet, didn't really have that much to do. And then my associate tells me, hey, our client is going to want to sell part of its business, and so it's going to be a live M&A deal and it's going to be a lot of work in the next few weeks. Because I knew who the client was, I immediately knew that I wasn't going to really have a weekend and that this deal was going to be kind of like all-encompassing. And the first thing that we do was, at least we did for this deal, was we got on a group call with our internal team, so the directors in the M&A group and one of the associates there, and then me, my associate in my group, I was in the healthcare group at JP Morgan, and our managing director. We all got on a call, and there I learned that one of the potential buyers, or some of them, were going to be private equity buyers, and so we would need to create an LBO analysis. LBOs stand for leveraged buyouts, and these are transactions usually done by private equity firms who take out a bunch of debt and put in a small amount of cash and in order to buy a company. And you can think of this as when you buy a house, you put in a small amount of cash and take on a mortgage, right? And the reason we needed to do this analysis was to see what private equity firms were thinking and how much they would offer to our clients. At this point, it's around 7 p.m. I get a really quick dinner and eat at my desk, and then I start gathering different LBOs from other analysts, and my associate sends me one that she worked on before. And my job for the rest of the night pretty much is to set an overall structure and put in a lot of fake numbers and kind of just understand the mechanics of how an LBO model works, because I had never built one up until that point, even though it was my second year, because for my particular group, we didn't have a lot of private equity buyers. I get the rough structure ready and I send it over to my associate by 3 a.m. And since I got into the office around 9 a.m. that day, I worked 18 hours on that Wednesday. I wake up the next day at 8 a.m., check my email, and that's always the first thing that I did whenever I wake up. It's probably what a lot of people do these days, but especially in baking, I sleep with my phone right next to me and I instantly look at it, and I have like 30 to 40 emails because I get a bunch of newsletters and random emails that I don't need, and I scroll through and figure out if any are really, really urgent. Luckily, there's none for the day, and so I get ready and get into the office around 9 a.m. My associate is checking over the model that I sent over the night before, and while she's doing that, our client has sent over the management projections that morning, and so I just dig in to see how all the numbers are flowing throughout the model. And also what management tends to do all the time is to be pretty optimistic, and so I make sure to look through the assumptions and see if anything seems a little funky. Luckily, the client we were working with was kind of like more level-headed, and so there weren't a lot of things that I found to be red flags. And so yeah, over the next few hours, I'm just looking over the model and trying to understand it. My associate gets back to me around noon with comments for the LBO model, so I make all those changes, and then I start to plug in the management projections into the model. And so for the rest of the day, I'm pretty much just building out the LBO. And some things that I'm doing are projecting out cash flow or leverage-free cash flow for the next 5 years, and looking at the different types of debt that the private equity firm might take on with the different interest rates. And then I might also create the different operational cases, like the base case, conservative case, and optimistic case. And so yeah, these are the kind of things that I'm building out in the model to make pretty flexible, and at the same time making sure that everything is super, super accurate, which honestly takes the most time, just making sure that everything is 100% correct. For dinner, one of my analyst buddies just picks up something for me. Usually it's something like a salad, and then I eat at my desk really quickly, just scarf it down. And then I just keep working on the model. Really, like, all I'm doing that day is Excel. So at around 2 a.m. is when I finish. I send it over to my associate, and then I head on home. So now it's Friday, and again, I get into the office around 9 a.m., and my associate is checking over the model, and she has also sent over to me a draft of the presentation that we're going to need to build for the meeting next week. And so in there are things like the M&A process, the buyer universe, valuation pages, and an overview of the company. I work on the presentation for about 2 hours or so, and then at 11 a.m. we have a call with the client, not the C-suite or anything, but a VP of corporate finance. It's just me and my associate, and we go through our questions about the model. And then after that call, my associate and I debrief We talk about anything we need to change in the model, and she also gives me the comments for the draft of the model I sent to her the night before. Then for the next few hours, I incorporate all the changes into the model, and then I send off a almost final LBO model to my associate, who then checks everything over. And while she's doing that, I'm building out the evaluation pages that summarizes the LBO so that we can send it off to our seniors. And so once she gives me the okay with the LBO model, then I output the pages onto PowerPoint, and we send over a draft of a few pages of the valuation analysis that we've done so far with the LBO. And this is just to give our senior bankers an idea of where things are headed, because it's been a few days and they want to know where things are going. And then I get dinner and just kind of wait for my seniors' comments. The seniors come back with some questions at around 8 p.m. And so then I just dig into the model and then answer them. It's around 8:30 to 9 p.m. or so, and now I can finally go home because there's not anything that's super immediate or urgent. And so since I got in at around 9 a.m. that day, this means on Friday I've worked 12 hours, which is kind of actually a lot in banking, because at least in JP Morgan and I think quite a bunch of other firms, usually they try to end your Fridays on a relatively normal hour, like 6 p.m. Believe it or not, even though I'm dead tired from the past few days of working, this is where the part of models and bottles in banking comes in, because just worked on a bunch of Excel models, and then a bunch of my friends are out going to bars and clubs, and because I've been just working so much that week, and although I'm a bit sleep deprived, I just have the energy to want to socialize and meet people. And so that's what I do. Immediately after work, I go home, change, and then meet with my friends, and then get ready for the next day. Before moving on to the next day, if you're interested in investment banking recruiting, I used to be the JP Morgan UC Berkeley recruiting captain for 2 years. So for UC Berkeley, I led in summer internship recruiting across all of North America, and I've compiled all my best tips and advice in a investment banking recruiting guide, which you can find on rareliquidcareers.com. I'll link to it down in my description below. I also have a resume and cover letter guide if you want to check that out, also in the same link. So now it's Saturday. I'm not expecting anything to really blow up in the morning, so I wake up around 10 a.m., slowly get ready, and then get dressed, get all my stuff, and head to the office and get in there around 11 a.m. Today, I need to work on the other types of valuation analyses, and this includes a discounted cash flow and trading and transaction comps. And I've done all of these things before, and so they're not super hard. What's really just the most time consuming is making sure that everything is 100% accurate. At this point, I'm already familiar with the client's model because I built it for the LBO, and so for the DCF, it's just really a matter of creating the structure for the model and then plugging in all the figures. And so I create my first draft and then send it over to my associate to check by around 6 p.m. or so. And then I start working on the trading and transaction comps, which also isn't really that hard, but you have to pull a lot of data from various different sources and make sure that all the financial figures you're putting in are all 100% correct and fully backed with backups in terms of like adding comments to each cell of, hey, I got this information from this page on this financial statement, and etc. etc. And so I work on that for pretty much the rest of the night, and then it gets to around 11 p.m. and that's when I get to head home. So for this day on Saturday, I've worked 12 hours. The next day I wake up at around 10 a.m. and then at 11 a.m. I get back into the office. My associate has given me some changes about the DCF, and so I make sure to turn those comments, and usually it takes like about an hour or so, send back the DCF to her, and then work on the rest of the trading and transaction comps. Right now, at around 6 p.m. or so, I finished all of the valuation analyses, and so I put together everything in a valuation summary page, which in banking is called a football field. It looks like this. I have no idea why they decided to call it a football field. Like, it kind of like has lines and stuff, but it's probably just like a banker bro thing. And so I put that together, and then I send it over to my associate for her to check. And at this point, it's around 8 p.m. or so, and now I'm just waiting for her to reply. She gets back to me pretty quickly, and luckily there's not much to change. So after making a few tweaks, I send it over to our senior bankers and leave the office around 9 p.m. And since I got into the office around 11 a.m., that results in 10 hours worked on Sunday. All right, so now it's Monday. I wake up at 8 a.m. and this time I do have some questions from my senior bankers, and they're relatively urgent. So just like a few feet away from me, I have my home set up. I plug in my computer, go into the presentation and model, and see, basically answer my senior banker's questions. And after doing so, I get dressed really quickly, walk over to the office, get in around 9 a.m. Now I've done most of the heavy lifting with the valuation analyses, but now it's time to really hunker down and fill out the rest of the presentation. And this will include things like a stock price chart where every single news event that affected our client's stock price I annotate, and we also have some basic information about the client's market cap, debt, and all that stuff. And then we also have things like trading and transaction comp summary pages, which go over the different companies we're comparing against for valuation. And then we have things like the M&A process, where we go or provide an overview to the client of how the whole M&A process works. While I'm working on all of this, the senior bankers also gave us comments about changing some of the assumptions for our valuation for the LBO and DCF. So I plug in those changes as well. Doesn't really take that long, maybe like a few minutes, but then I have to output all the pages onto PowerPoint, which actually takes maybe like 10 to 20 minutes. Because you also have to make sure that everything's correct and all the footnotes are all like updated, and it could just take a lot longer than most senior bankers think it takes. But anyway, it's really important, so it has to be done. And I finish up the first draft of the presentation around 5 p.m., send it over to my associate, have some breathing room. She gives me back some comments in the next hour, and then we make all those changes, send it over to our senior bankers at around 7 p.m. Now I have some breathing room because I just sent off the presentation. We're just playing the waiting game and waiting for comments. And so I get dinner at 7 p.m., take an hour and a half or so to kind of decompress and relax. And then we get hit with the email from our senior bankers with a list of like 15 to 20 comments. And so for the rest of the night until 2 a.m., my associate and I kind of split up the comments and then work on finalizing the presentation. So since I got in around 9 a.m. and left around 2 a.m., this results in 17 hours worked for Monday. Alright, so now it's Tuesday. I get into the office around 9 a.m. or so, and then our senior bankers say instead of giving us comments via email, we should all get into a room and discuss. And so at around 10:30 a.m., we print out all the presentations and hand it to all the different directors from the different groups. It's just M&A managing director, our healthcare managing director, me, my associate, and another associate in the M&A team. And so we're all huddled in my managing director's office, and we're just going through the pages one by one. This can be intimidating if you're kind of just new in banking because you're in the room with your bosses and you're scared that they're gonna like point out something and you're gonna have no idea what to say. And that also always kind of is a possibility, but luckily, when you're with your internal team, your bosses and your coworkers are not gonna be like that mean to you or anything. They just really wanna know what the answer eventually is. And so even if you don't know something, you can just say, hey, I'll look into it and get back to you. But anyway, we're all taking notes, and after about 45 minutes or so, my associate and I debrief on our own and get all the changes, compile all of them, split them up, and then just really work on creating that more final presentation for our client. At this point, there's been so much back and forth with the presentation, from me sending it over to my associate and then from us sending it over to our senior bankers. So we're all kind of familiar with everything and there aren't too many changes. So we finish up everything by 2 p.m., send it over to our senior bankers, they check it and say everything's okay. And then so we send it over to our client ahead of our 5 p.m. call. So then at 5 p.m. we have our call, and as an analyst, even though you did most of the work with the Excel model and the PowerPoint presentation, you actually don't ever really say anything during the call. And so I just listen in, take some notes, and it's again with the VP of Corporate Finance, and this is like a meeting to make sure we're all on the same page and make a few changes before the call with the CFO tomorrow. After the call with the client, we have an internal call with the JP Morgan bankers, and so we all discuss any kind of tiny little changes we need to add. And so we take notes during the call, make all the changes for the next few hours. I send it over to my associate, she checks over it, sends it back to me, and then we send it out to our senior bankers who all sign off on it around 10 p.m. or so. So now that the presentation is good and ready to go, I send it over to our printing room, which takes around 1.5 to 2 hours. And so I wait for that to get done, get the books, set it on my managing director's desk, and then I am able to leave at midnight. So for Tuesday, I got in at around 9 a.m., left at midnight, so that's 15 hours worked. Alright, so if you tally up all the hours worked during the week, it comes out to 101 hours, and this, again, like I said earlier, is one of the more intense type of weeks you might have because it's a live M&A deal. By the way, this wasn't the whole deal. Most M&A deals usually take 1 to 2 months, and so we had more follow-up work, and there were some weeks that were similar to this one, and others that were a lot more chill and relaxed, where it's more like process managing and coordinating. But throughout the whole week, at least the one that I just went over with you, because I was building out a new model and just had
More work. Time to get started on one of my projects. First name, last name. Research.js. Subjective. So first name, last name. Use the type is equal to email to define the email field. My eyes are hurting so much. charge my phone anymore. Stupid. So dark. Oh. Hey, okay. This is the first condition. John. And let's see if this works. Hey. Oh, I have to do my laundry. you real quick. interesting. Express, Node.js, all that stuff. Okay, so for the conditions, I'm gonna try to code out loud a bit. I'm trying to code out loud a bit. Okay, so if we want to limit the margin on this margin, let's do 5px. Should call that apply. 0. Okay. Let's see. So we have to have type equals number for age, ID. Then the minimum value. For feet, the minimum value is 2. Equals min is equal to 2, max is equal to 7, min is 0, max is equal to 11. For weight, okay, max value of the weight is 1, the minimum value of the weight is 1, max value is 600. Okay, at least one condition, high blood pressure, diabetes, glaucoma, has been selected. If no condition is provided, your program must generate the error message. No conditions selected. Okay. Condition. So Okay, I'm gonna get some dinner. Should I take you guys along? Let's go. Alright, let's go. I think I'm gonna go to Soul Spice today. Just like a Korean build your own. I've been eating this shit every single day and I really need to stop, but I don't really have anything else to eat, so fuck it, I'm gonna do it. Yeah, this is what UMD looks like. The school I go to. And This feels so weird. I'm just holding my phone out like I'm talking. I'm vlogging. Finally, I'm vlogging. But yeah, earlier I was doing my computer science homework. I had a project that was overdue, but I was able to get an extension because of BitCamp. And so I'm trying to finish that. I need some energy or some food to kind of fuel myself. And then I'm also going to try to start my programming languages project as well. I kind of started it. We have to create a Lexer parser and Lexer parser and evaluator. So like one of those some weird abstract syntax tree type things. And so yeah, I'm just rambling at this point. This is my first time doing this shit. I don't know what I'm talking about. But yeah, I do want to get some food and then go from there. It's awkward as fuck. Okay, what else do I need to get done? Okay, I need to submit my Math 240 homework, which is my linear algebra class. So I need to do that, and that was pretty much... It was a bunch of MATLAB problems that we had to do. MATLAB is... what is it? It's like that programming language, but you do it in math. It's like math stuff. Okay, I made it to the restaurant. I'm going to say goodbye for now. Alright, bye. Alright, I made it back. I'm just gonna eat in my room today, at least. Just enjoy myself. I deserve it. I'm gonna eat in my room and watch a YouTube video, hopefully. And then start working again. The smell though is pretty bad. Like it smells good, but it does have a strong smell. Should I show the camera? Show myself in 20 years? Alright. Well, Brian, in 20 years, this is what you're eating right now. Some Soul Spice food. Yep. It smells pretty crazy. Alright. Ooh, YouTube. Ooh, open door.
Keep innovating. Keep hustling. Keep them guessing. The Genesis GB70. Keep beginning.
Hey, Yee. Oh, God, was that today?
Yeah. We talked about this.
Hi, I'm Patrick Adams.
I'm Trey Belisario.
And this is our house.
Come on in.
Yeah.
right, ready?
This house was built in
It's gonna
1924
work?
by Wallace Neff, incredible architect. Not one of his most famous houses, but it's one of his first houses. And I think this
My
room demonstrates like what makes it
So yeah.
special. So right now we're in the main
So
living room.
good.
I think sometimes we call it the Great Hall. I've been
Yeah.
in this house for 6 years, but this room is sort of the last thing that we got done. We were scared of this room, to be perfectly honest. This is
It's
a pretty epic
Not
room.
small.
It's taken a lot of time to figure out kind of how to live in this space, but I think we're finally there. We changed this fireplace. This used to be ground level, and we hooked it up and put this hearth there and built this whole unit there.
Also, one of my favorite things about this room. So we made this our movie room because we'd always really wanted a screening room, but we weren't fancy enough to have a basement that was cool enough to turn into a screening room. This is where we watch The Last of Us. It's where Patrick plays his video games.
This room is spectacular. We love to entertain in this room.
This is Bea. She will be with us for the majority of the tour. She goes where we go. Major original feature of the house is the ironwork that's above in the vaulted ceiling and across on the banister there as well.
So we have this book that has the full collection of all the details of the house. And one of our favorite details,
Look at
maybe
that.
you recognize this magazine. These photos of the house from 1925. It was built in 1924. And that is the room that we are standing in right now.
So, AD, you were here almost 100 years ago.
100 years
Exactly.
ago. So just recently, because of this photo from Architectural Digest 1925, we pulled these walls out and we installed these recessed shelves on both sides because that was what was original to the house. So this is new for us too, and it gives us a great place to display the endless amount of stuff that we have.
Yeah, as you can see, we have a lot of things, and that's because he is a very organized Virgo, and I'm a very sentimental pack rat. And then he puts them up in the most beautiful way.
Speaking of which,
These were our books that we read our vows from.
they're still in there. You'll notice all over the house, I love photography. So all these cameras have been used. They're not just props.
Patrick is an avid and amazing photographer and a camera collector. He actually knows how to use each and every one of them, which is insane to me.
This photograph is by a photographer named Edward Bertinsky, who has been one of my favorite photographers of all time. Los Angeles, above the 105-405 interchange, shot with film, which is incredibly hard to do from a helicopter. This is 5-405 interchange, shot with film, which is incredibly hard to do from a helicopter. This is one of my prized possessions. I love this photograph. So Wallace Neff, the architect, is sort of famous for vaulted ceilings, big uses of wood
Right here,
and ironwork
Okay.
mixed together. Beautiful. They're like works of art.
One of the things that I really wanted to show, check this out.
There you go.
Watch my feet, watch how they move.
And pan.
One of the features that we loved was this, because we met doing theater, and this is an actual Juliet balcony. I was like, should we get this house? Should we not? And he was like, there's a balcony from which we could do theater with our kids. Mostly we've been doing dance parties here. When I was pregnant with our first daughter, Patrick DJ'd from up here with me and all my girls, desperate to try to dance her out.
Yeah.
So this is also great for dance parties.
Okay, so now we're in the kitchen, the hub of most houses, and that's definitely the same with us.
Everybody hangs in here. That's why we have so many different seating arrangements.
We love it here. We love to cook. Troy's an amazing cook.
Thanks.
We're in here every day. When I'm not working or I don't have something to put my energy into,
Oh my
this
God.
house is my project. So I'm
So many
always,
projects.
one of the things we did just before you got here was
Literally.
put in these pendants, and I'm gonna give you a little insight. This piece of glass did not arrive until 8 p.m. last night.
The magic of AD.
Yes.
It knew. It
Thank-
knew you guys were going to be here.
These shelves were another project. When we bought them, piece of glass did not arrive until 8 p.m. last night.
The magic of AD.
Yes.
It knew. It
Thank-
knew you guys were going to be here.
These shelves were another project. When we bought the house, there was nothing here.
It didn't have any storage. You could put one beautiful thing on it. Patrick
And-
was
and
very
I'm all
wisely
of-
like, we need drawers.
So we built this unit here, and I had my friend Sapir design these amazing shelves, but I really wanted these lights underneath, and I was really specific about wanting the lights. I wanted these lights underneath, and I was really specific about wanting the light to recess back to here. I love these shelves. It's not always the most useful to have like an open design shelf
I think it's
because you
like-
have to keep it really dialed in.
I used to have two blue French bowls that I adored until one day he told me that they were offensive to his eyes. And so for Christmas, I bought him matching white bowls so that everything could be unified.
You decide for yourself. You're looking at this shelf, okay?
What is it?
Jumps out at you.
Is it offensive? And you got a great Christmas present out
I
of it.
couldn't be happier.
Yeah, you're
You're in the kitchen, you're prepping, you're dealing with groceries, you're putting stuff away, and you come into this space where the kids can be, all the art supplies we keep in here, hyper
family.
organized. This is important for me.
These two rooms is where we spend the majority of our time. And like you said, the kids can do their own thing. They can really do their own
Oh, you want a better piece of evidence? Hey, come here.
thing. They can really do their own.
Oh, you want a better piece of evidence? Hey, come here.
This
They
is our
can
little
really-
Basquiat.
Look, it's gonna be worth something someday, I promise.
They love reading. They love doing art projects.
The whole house is alive and we could be together even if we're prepping in the kitchen and they need their own space. This feels like our home. So here we are in the dining room. My favorite thing about this is this table.
Yeah.
You can see that we have an angled wall that was, I think, part of the original house, but also got more angled in the remodel. But the people who did the remodel right before we bought the house built this table cut to the exact same specifications of the wall. So it's
pretty
a little bit of
amazing.
a odd shape for a dining room table.
Also pretty important actually is this wall. Every place that we have lived together, Patrick really wanted to build a wood wall. We did it in our first home that we had, and we've done it in this one, an entire wood wall. We love it because it feels like a cabin or like a ship.
This piece of art, I took this picture of her sitting on the side of this lake. And then this box.
My dad gave it to me when I was 15 to house my
Titanic?
Titanic poster.
We have fit
Oh my God, how
16
many?
people around
Yeah.
this table somehow. We love to host, but
Yeah.
we could put a lot of people around this table, a lot of love around this table, a lot of good food.
For sure.
So this is our staircase. We have a ton of photos. We've always tried to figure out a place in the house where we could display them. And I guess it's kind of funny because it's so traditional, right? There's a ton of memories on this wall.
Yeah.
For example, this first one here. It was a conversation we were having in Paris by note across the table from each other because we had gotten into a horrible fight and we didn't want to talk to one another,
So
but
we
we wanted to
started
not
passing
be in a
notes
fight
at the
anymore,
bar.
so we started passing notes.
As a surprise, he got it framed for me. We have a lot of pictures of our firstborn, Aurora, and we noticed that we did not have a lot of our secondborn. So Patrick did me the favor of getting a massive picture of our secondborn to put right up top, and she's stoked about it.
So right now we're in our office. I'm an amazing writer, so she spends a lot of time at this desk. And this room, I think, is like really representative of our creative process.
Yeah.
It's a bit messy. It's constantly changing. Inspiration's going up on this board. Or we're both kind of pack rats, but all of this stuff means something to us. So when we sit here, we feel, I think, pretty inspired.
He put up this amazing cork board, and then he was like, we are going to put everything that inspires us.
Doing a lot of custom-made woodwork too. We have a friend named Sapir
yeah.
Kalso. Putting up a shelf like this in a normal house would feel really simple and easy, but when you're doing something like this in a house built in 1924, there's no such thing as a straight wall. Every wall has got this weird curve to it. So he'd be in here spending days making sure that everything is contoured perfectly. So we really treasure this space because we built it, we imagined it. This is one of our favorite portraits. This is like a tintype, but on glass. This is from an artist or a friend of ours named Lindsay Ross. We're sort of obsessed with them. You'll see them all
Yeah,
over the place.
you'll see them all over the place. This is usually where I make anybody who's my writing partner come and sit here, and they get to pet Bea while we talk.
I don't know, some offices can have a pressure to it. This feels like it's creative and fun, and you can have a friend over, you guys can sit here. I've certainly taken a nap or two on this couch. It's a really special room. This has become one of my favorite rooms in the house. Hi, we have a special guest for introducing you to our bedroom. And it took us a long time to get this space dialed in. We really needed help. Our designer, Rosa Beltran, came in and really guided this process in a major way. You close that door over there and it's like we're in an apartment. We've dialed in this bed. It's like our
Oi. Which guys get the most
It's
girls?
everything you wish for. Your site traffic is skyrocketing until this happens. Be careful what you wish for. Build your site on a platform that's engineered for success.
I mean, I'll be able to take you from the Vava to Sync on Sync, then back to the Vava. You know.
What?
But what I can do is make sure to be a chicken noodle soup when you're sick.
Is there a Medicare? Because this guy needs to be checked if he's having a stroke.
I would say my definition of Riz is every single time I've talked ever.
If you're Gen Z, you know what Riz is. It's just using your personality and charisma to romantically entice a girl.
It's like an all-encompassing thing, right? So the whole
Right,
package,
right.
So it could be the looks, it could be your personality, it could be the jokes, it could be your pickup lines because you're witty.
It's also your approach, though, too.
Yeah.
How you can't just come up to a woman and be like, oh, hey, I think you're gorgeous. Like,
You can't be awkward, you can't be cringe. That is the number one Riz killer. Even if you're not that good looking, if you got mad Riz, if you got
That's
mad
true.
game, you
That's
can
like,
explore
100%
that
true.
way.
That's
Absolutely.
100% true. So how do we want to shake this off?
If you the
That's
mad
true.
game, you
That's
can
like,
explore that
100%
way.
true. That's
Absolutely.
100% true. So how do we want to shake this off?
I would say you said that you would sing to women in public.
Yeah, that's definitely,
That's
true.
first place because I
I'm not,
would
I
not
can't
want to
say
do that.
That's confidence.
Yeah,
That's,
that was a lot
and
of
talent.
It's not confidence.
And talent.
That is confidence and talent.
What about you guys?
I think you're funny. I think you're
I think
really funny.
you gotta go up. You gotta go up.
Are we
actually?
We're not. I think
Hell
you
yeah.
should up. I think you're funny. I think you're really funny.
What's your go-to move?
No. Okay. I'll help myself.
I feel like it has to be more in the moment. Yeah, it's more of a moment thing because I don't use pickup lines.
I think, because anyone could Google what pickup lines.
That's what I'm saying. Well, that's the thing. It's like pickup lines can be cheesy, but I feel like in the right context, they could also be effective, knowing that it's cheesy.
I'm so ready for your pickup line. You don't have to waste it on us.
I didn't say I had a good one.
I think you should probably be number 3.
Yeah.
I think you should be. I think you should be. I mean, you're rizzing on Dave.
And it's working. That's the crazy thing.
Nut number 1.
Honestly, I think
Nut number 1 for sure.
That's so funny. I don't think I would.
I think you got the
I wish I
confidence.
had your Riz.
Wait, but every time you talk, it's Riz.
That's true. Yeah, I should be number 1. I did say that.
I'm okay with
I
the
can't
number.
compete with that.
I think those three are good.
Dave, I
Y'all
noticed
got
you're
the first
still
three.
at the end, and I'm wondering why you think you're at the end. You're kind of leading the conversation right now. I feel like that's a up the line sort of thing.
Okay. I think I'm a middle of the
Hey,
pack.
but I
then,
think
yeah.
I should
Dress nice and talk nice.
cool guy. God, I've been back here this entire time.
Do you think you got it?
I mean, I don't mean to brag or anything, but yeah, I should definitely be up there. Come on, guys. Nothing against you. You're a cool bro.
Yeah. It's
Can I
fine.
stay on?
More laundry. Take you guys along with me. Okay, I'm gonna go laundry basket for them. Oh.
Sorry, I had to go over to Target real quick and I didn't have it.
That's okay.
I can't help it. But, dude, I have my piping bags, right? And then, I had it on the table.
Alright, come inside real quick. I'm doing my laundry.
Oh, sorry, dude. I had them on the table, right? And
Wait, what that?
piping bags. I had piping bags on the table this morning, right? And then
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry to disturb you. I need to go check on my battery because it might actually like not be good.
Okay, good luck, good luck.
Okay.
Bye.
Sorry.
Interesting. Apparently, my friend Kayla just came in. And something about batter? I don't know. She was in a rush. I feel like I kind of kicked her out too. Yeah, I want to finish this video and get some work done.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Do it. I'll let you all stop. Do it. Oh, he's gonna stop. Thank you, bro. That means a lot, bro. Thank you for that. How do we feel about this?
I feel good. I feel this.
I feel this is perfect.
I was just happy to be here.
Not because I'm number one. I'm just happy to be here.
DraftKings, y'all got the most ways to bet on NBA players. Hitting props, buckets, blocks, and boards, or superstar.
Riz is cringe. Am I wrong?
No.
Right? Okay.
Wait, what?
No, you're not wrong. No, you're correct.
I mean, like, I guess a guy can try to, like, riz you and be cringe, but, like, if he has good game and he's smooth with it, then, like, I personally don't think it can be cringe.
I'm with her. Yeah. But like cringe Riz is like the common pickup line type. But like a good Riz would be charismatic, positive, confidence, right?
If they Googled, how do I hit on a female, like,
No.
It's like, I'm
Yeah,
cringing.
yeah.
I like confidence, just not cocky. So if you, like, approach me like you are entitled already, and, like, I should just automatically go after you just because you tried, I'd turn them away.
Right.
Very easily.
And it's like you don't have to be super confident as long as you put yourself out there.
Yes.
And funny.
Yeah.
Funny.
Like, you could be like a 4, but if you got, like, you know, immaculate Riz, then you're a 10.
Then it
You're
goes
like,
up.
Probably
Yeah.
a 9. Probably
Yeah,
a 9.
I would shoot
Nine
for
or
a
5.
Apparently this guy Nut is funny.
Let's go.
No, I was trying so hard not to laugh.
Let's start with you.
Round one. Riz. Nice to meet you. Let's see. We're at a bar, you said?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, bar. I see you're buying a drink. Where's mine?
You have to buy it yourself, unfortunately.
Okay, the other cheesy pickup line that I had,
You're gonna tell me it's cheesy before you tell me?
one that I thought of was, are you a camera?
No.
Because every time I see you, you make me want to smile.
Oh my gosh.
This is 2 minutes?
I'm not rinsed up yet.
You're good.
Oh, yeah. Right back. Okay. Hi, it's nice to meet you.
Hi, it's nice to meet you.
I'm Logan. What's your name?
My name's Kaima.
I think you look really great tonight.
Thank you. I do too.
Oh, I like that. You have confidence.
Thank you.
Can I get you a drink?
No.
Okay.
Okay, great. Let's cut it there. You guys didn't let me finish. You guys just started laughing. I'm not old enough to drink, okay?
How'd you get in here? I'm trying to catch a case, dog.
Smart. You gotta play it safe.
It was a pleasure.
Play it safe.
Yeah, I was the first person, like kind of the icebreaker of the entire activity, so I had no plan whatsoever and thought of a pickup line and then fouled out.
Hey,
How's it
I'm
going?
Monica.
Monica.
Nice to meet
Arrow.
you.
Nice to meet
What
you
was
too.
it?
Arrow?
Arrow? Nice to meet you. I like
you.
it.
I appreciate
All right,
it.
so what you got?
I don't do pickup lines, so I was just gonna try to get to
Thank
know
God.
you. Yeah, no,
Okay.
where are you from?
New Jersey.
New Jersey. I'm
Yeah.
from Philly.
Oh, really?
East Coast,
Sick.
okay.
Look at that.
How
Where you found it?
Yeah. How you like it over here?
It's not my favorite, but like I'm more of a person that's wanting to like travel everywhere rather than just like one place and stay in that one place forever.
Favorite spot? Where you want to go?
Probably Amsterdam.
Amsterdam,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah.
Why?
I want to backpack in Europe for like 6 months.
A little
and, like,
Euro trip thing?
Exactly.
I see you have a lot of tattoos. You got a favorite one?
Probably this one.
I was
This is
gonna say,
why I
how much this
moved to
one
LA.
cost? Really?
Yeah.
I actually do art too. I sell my artwork.
Oh, sick.
Yeah,
I would
so if you
actually
ever-
get artwork, like
I was gonna
tattoos.
say, if you ever
I've done
need
that
any-
so many times with all my homies.
Really? I was gonna
Yeah.
say, if you ever need any artwork, I got you.
Sick. Cool. He's nice.
Nah,
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Emily.
Emily?
Yeah, we're kind of matching. It's kind of a vibe.
Kinda. I kind of like to sing a lot. So if I
Are you
sang
gonna
to
serenade me right now?
I could serenade you.
Okay, let's
Would you
hear
like
it.
me to serenade you?
Yeah.
Can we talk for a minute? Girl, I want to know your name. But you said your name was Emily. That's not the answer.
I'm so sorry, dude.
What do you do for work?
I'm in clinical research.
Okay.
Yeah. What about you?
I am a full-time college athlete.
Okay. For what sport?
Basketball.
So can you dunk me or no?
I can do more than that. But I can show you later.
Oh. Okay. On that note.
Hello.
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 Firm hand.
Listen.
Did you just tell me to listen?
I may not be able to give you, I may not be the richest one, be able to take you from the Cinco Sink then back to the Vava. You know.
What?
But what I can do is make sure to be a chicken noodle soup when you're sick. Make sure. I just cry right now. I want to make sure to pick you up when you fall. And I want to make sure you're the best version of yourself.
Is there a Medicare? Because this needs to be checked if he's having a stroke.
Yo, hold on. Actually, like, I have like a In-N-Out gift card if you want to go. Yeah. Yeah, I got like multiple meals on there. If you want to go to In-N-Out or Shake Shack, we could go. Whatever.
You haven't asked me one question about myself.
All right, listen.
But you've
Would
told
you
me to
like
listen 4 more times.
I'll listen to anything you have to say. What do you like to do for fun?
Not. Please help me. Let's move on.
Last Ramadan, we brought you the story of Niaz and his disabled sisters.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, so I basically kind of threw in the beginning. I got a little bit nervous when I came in. She was so pretty. I just didn't want to get last, to be honest. Anything but last.
Go, Dave. Okay. Hi.
Hi, I'm Tiffany.
Tiffany, I'm Dave.
Nice to meet you.
My pronouns are he and him, but I want to be yours.
I play Valorant, so I've heard that a
Wait,
lot.
you play Val?
I do.
Will you carry me?
I need someone to carry me. Are you immortal?
No. I'm silver. What rank are you?
You're silver?
No.
I'm plat.
God, I used to work for a company called Riot Games. Makes Valorant.
Really?
Yeah.
So why'd you quit?
To start my own startup.
Oh, good job.
Thanks. What do you do?
Oh, I'm an advisor for a management agency, and I also do content creating.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
Do you do Valorant content creation?
I think my gym stuff does better than or any yeah.
Lifting?
Yeah.
Oh. Can I get like a little flex?
No.
Like a little, like a itty bitty?
Yeah, sure. Well, let's move on.
Quiet. Everyone is standing there. It's like a dance battle without the dance. Very nice. Oh, see. No way. You're from Riverside?
Yeah.
I'm being dead serious. That area.
Really?
That's completely coincidental, by the way. Wow.
Wait,
that's cool.
are you being serious?
I'm being
I didn't
dead
think you were
serious.
being
Yeah,
serious.
no, I'm being for real. What are you majoring in?
I'm an English major.
English. Okay, cool. So anyway, tell me.
I don't think I listen to bands that much.
Anything? Do you know?
Oh.
Do you know the?
God.
Do you know? I'm working. Coldplay. Do them in.
I've
Heard of her? I love this bar. How's it going? What's up?
Hey.
I'm Cam.
Nice to meet you, Cam. I'm Jess.
You can call me Nut though. I'm Cam.
Nice to meet you.
I love. But was that W Riz at least?
What a scary
I love this bar. How's it going? What's up?
Hey.
I'm Cam.
Nice to meet you, Cam. I'm Jess.
You can call me Nut though. That wasn't like a weird. That's like my. People call me that.
Why?
It's like my music name. I do music. So.
Do you like squirrels?
Do I like squirrels?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, they're cool. Yeah. Why'd you ask me that? Can I get you a drink? Because we're at the bar.
No, I'm okay.
I didn't even want to get you one.
Cool.
I'm kind of flushed for cash right now.
Oh no.
Yeah.
The nut music isn't working
It's
out.
not, surprisingly, not going that great.
No.
Yeah, who would have thought? So, like, what's up?
Do you do any impressions?
Do you?
I have one.
Can I see it?
Obama.
Let's hear it.
Michelle. Thank you.
It's really good.
Does that change things for you?
No. But maybe you could start doing impressions.
More impressions?
Yeah, you should practice.
I only have the one. That's it? I have more riz. More impressions?
Yeah, you should practice.
I only have the one. That's it? I have more riz. Thank you so much.
What was the longest relationship you guys had?
3 years.
You could, no, okay.
3 years?
Yeah.
I've actually never been in a relationship.
Okay.
Never had a girlfriend. 8 years.
8?
Yep.
That's your wife.
No.
Go
Yeah.
find her. What are you doing here?
I used to be married. I used to be married. I'm a divorced dad.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm
So
sorry.
thanks for.
4 years. 5.5 years.
2.
2.5.
What's your biggest red flag in women?
If your music taste isn't there,
Able to articulate or communicate her feelings.
If the girl is not down to have fun, like let's say you're singing in the car and she's like, stop, like that's weird, or like people are watching.
Mine's probably laziness, because I like to be active and go out and do stuff. I mean, I get staying in watching Netflix or whatever, but like, I like to go out and do stuff.
I think mine would have to be energy levels in terms of like if they can match you or not. And that's not always like 24 hours, but if they just can't ever hit that level of just matching your vibe, then it's not there.
What's your number one red flag of yourself?
That's actually
Lift too much weights. I love too hard and care too much.
So tough.
Whoa.
I troll like insanely.
Internet troll, and I'm like, yeah.
Like if I troll just to
Don't giggle.
I'm always late, like everywhere. Yeah, straight up. I was told that I care too much. Like I care a lot for a person when I am attracted. I dance too much. I dance everywhere.
ready last minute, so we're kind of late.
I think mine would have to be a little stubborn. I learned it from my dad. Sorry, Dad.
Good answers, guys.
Yeah. Do you ladies feel like you have enough information to go off of to make your decision?
Oh no.
I had it a while ago. So, you guys great. Babe, I'm sorry. Like the whole troll thing, like got us a little like questioning, like how much of a troll? You're great. Shake it off.
All right,
Shake it
whatever.
off. So 6.
Oh, Jaden.
I just didn't want to get last.
the chicken noodle song. I started.
I dissociated the whole time you were speaking to me.
I was so confused.
I think you were nervous, and you were a lot sweeter in your answers afterwards.
But not the chicken noodle part. Yeah, where did you get
Chicken
that?
noodle soup when
I
you're
don't
sick.
remember.
Like, I'm giving you chicken, you drink that when you, like I make you feel better. Like damn.
Okay, so next was Logan. Yes.
We didn't like your first impression.
We just
Very
thought
good.
we thought you were playing Mr. like mean like cool guy, and also like
too forced.
it kind of came off like maybe you aren't used to having to do the Riz. You know, like maybe you are used to getting Riz. So
No, I don't approach people at the bar actually.
Really?
I sit in the corner.
It's okay, I did too. I could tell. If you would have started with the second half, I would have been like I liked you towards the end.
Yeah.
I did. I really did.
4.
It was red shirt.
I respect the singing, but if a guy were to come up to me and start singing, probably not.
That's
respect
probably
the
like
confidence.
a second or
Yeah.
third date thing.
That's like a 4.
Yeah, yeah,
If I like you, I'm serenading you.
and that's
On the spot.
okay. It just came out, you know, a little left field. But
Yeah.
all right, third place. We have
Ooh.
Jaden.
Babe, we liked how like really friendly and open you were.
Also, the fact that like you tolerated someone for 8 years, they tolerated you.
Yeah.
That says a lot.
Tolerating me for 8 years says a lot, for sure, for sure. I like that you guys give a lot of feedback too. This is a very, very constructive dynamic. Yes.
And then
Second place.
we have Nut. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I have to be honest. It was unanimous except for me.
She was not for you.
I wasn't.
Oh, you were the only one who didn't?
Yeah.
And you're the one that I talked to? That's
Yeah.
hilarious.
No, but you're like lighthearted, you're like dorky, kind of cute.
Yes. Women love dorky.
My
Let me tell you
feedback
that.
is just pay attention to like don't talk at someone, like make it maybe a little more personal. What do you think got you to the top?
Training, hard work, dedication. We did practice Riz on each other in the back, and I rizzed in the bathroom beforehand also.
And
Our Rizzler is.
Yes.
You just like maintained eye contact and you actually like cared about the other person. You weren't just like trying to swoop in and just get to the point. You were like, let me learn more about you. And that's something I feel like a lot of men lack. It's just like, I just want my one and done. I want to feel powerful for this 1 second. But it seems like you're a genuine person.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, but you all did so good.
Well, this was humbling, but just continue to be yourself. Everyone has their own opinion. I respect that, but I don't know. I'll work on it.
Lee said that he was a troll. There are troll girls out there that he'll find like a shorty, like, you know, and they'll like
His master.
Oh, Errol. What a...
Be genuine, play to your strengths. Just be like Errol. He's the Riz master.
Oh, Errol. What a baddie.
I could not do what they just did today. That is terrifying. Just being in.
My
Nice
dear.
to meet you too.
Tell me.
We're just scared.
I love this bar. How's it going? What's up?
Hey.
I'm Cam.
Nice to meet you, Cam. I'm Jess.
You can call me Nut though if you want. That wasn't like a weird. That's like my. People call me that.
Why?
It's like my music name. I do music. So.
Do you like squirrels?
Do I like squirrels?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, they're cool. Yeah. Why'd you ask me that? Can I get you a drink? Because we're at the bar.
No, I'm okay.
I didn't even want to get you one.
Cool.
I'm kind of flushed for cash right now.
Oh no.
Yeah.
The nut music isn't working
It's
out.
not, surprisingly, not going that great.
Oh no.
Yeah, who would have thought? So, like, what's up? Do you do any impressions?
Do you?
I have one.
Can I see it?
Obama.
Let's hear it.
Michelle. Thank you.
It's really good.
Does that change things for you?
No. But maybe you could start doing impressions.
More impressions?
Yeah, you should practice.
I only have the one. That's it? I have more Riz. Thank you so much.
Today's the day. As long as we stick to the plan. We're gonna be long gone before they even realize that they've been robbed.
What's my point?
Nothing. I don't want anyone getting hurt.
What?
Get over it, Grandpa.
No one's talking to you.
What was the
Okay, unfortunately, I have work to do. That was fun though. Good distraction. Alright, let's keep the grind going. £8. Excuse me. Type this into. Okay, how long have you experienced one of the above? Oh, also let me drink my acne medicine. Oh shit, that's here already. I am currently taking some Accutane for my skin. So, after I eat, okay, so we can count on the log time. What if I checked? Let's see if that's a thing. True. Okay, so we want to okay, if you want to validate the time, validate time, checking if it shows it. We can iterate through the times and just check that way. So, okay, we can return, good. Return invalid time. No time period selected. Okay. So the information section includes a combo box with 2 options. Input type equals select HTML select tag. Select. Name is this is just select. So select name is equal to study. ID is equal to study. Option value is equal to long term. Long term. Option value is equal to default? Is that a thing? Maybe the default thing is not working. Okay. Option. Long term, short term, assigned study ID. ID1, ID2. The program is verified using JavaScript Audacity. Const ID1 query selector hashtag const ID2 is equal document query selector ID1 and ID2. Okay, so we have an ID1 and an ID2, and verify using JavaScript that study ID has been. So we want to function validate study ID. Okay, so we want to see ID8 is equal to ID1.value if ID B to ID 2 if ID 0 is equal to A and so and can we split strings in JavaScript? Let's try. ID. This won't work. String indexing JavaScript. That slice. Number ID dot slice. Between 1 and 3. Okay. And ID underscore P 4 and ID underscore B 0 is equal to B and number underscore Oy. Turn good. Sold out. JavaScript alerts. So we might need to build message. Okay, so we might need to build a message. Build a message. Okay. Validate study ID. A44 B55. Submit. Alright, that's not good. Oh, because else. B55. Okay. Return invalid study ID. Good. Let me text my friend real quick. I think I just found out a bug. Okay. Yeah, I just texted my friend. Pretty much what the problem was on our project, we had to alert our user whenever they submitted or didn't submit something correctly on the form. And so one of the reasons, but this alert thing will keep popping up even if you didn't fill out the required parts of the form. And so I just put the wrong event listener when you were supposed to do that. All right. First name. Brian, submit info saying 0 to A3. Four. Event that prevent default. Okay. Someone just sent me a video of them doing a crook. Min equal 1 max. do think right now I'm going to work on. I did a decent amount of work on one of my projects. I need to submit my MATLAB assignment. Let's do it. I also need to send a friend. Actually, I'll probably do that through text message. So we need to. How do I export this? Publish as PDF. Copy messages. 2411. Two zero one 310 100. resubmit. Alright, submitted. Done. I think I'm going to end the video here. I think I have like a few hours of footage, but I'm very happy. Today, I think, here's what I accomplished / got done. When I woke up, did the Morgan Stanley UMD Stockbridge competition on First Republic Bank. Thought it didn't do too bad, but I never heard anything back, so I'm assuming I didn't win this competition. But it was really fun and a really cool learning experience. First Republic Bank, man, we'll just see where this company is in the next 10 years, but as of right now in this recording, they don't seem to be doing too hot. Now, after that, what did I do? Came back, watched some videos, went to linear algebra class, didn't really know what was going on. I think we got to the point where we're learning about the change of basis of linear transformations, and also I think eigenvalues in the complex domain, I guess. So working with eigenvectors and eigenvalues that include complex numbers. So yeah, that didn't really make too much sense to me. And after that, I went to my, what's it called? My coding interview class where we learned about graph theory. Or not graph theory, sorry. Dynamic programming. We went over a Robert question and also some other question. I don't fully remember. After that, I think, I went to go to Areeb to work on this MATLAB homework. And then after going to Areeb, I went to Startup Shell. And Startup Shell is the thing that inspired me to do this. So the co-founder was giving a talk about pretty much how he started Notion, the co-founder of Notion. And he was a UMD alum. And so I thought, all right, might as well. I feel like it would be cool if every day for the rest of my life, I film just a little bit of my day, post it on YouTube, and that's something I can watch before I die, hopefully. If I post these, I need to post these. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. And then, what else? I think after that, I came back and just straight up grinded from like 7 until now. It's 11:25. So yeah, very happy with the amount of progress I made. And this weekend's gonna be fucking busy, but I'm ready. All right, signing off. Bye.